the first time we came here?
Oh, the first time? Probably with Dia, right?
Oh, Paimon remembers! Nahita's
Oh,
consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Actually, good memory, Paimon. I kind of forgot.
So much time has already passed since then. And it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yeah, I hope that's the case. But, you know, as long as we're around, really hard to say what happens. And probably not a good thing.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
I think you hereby jinxed it.
Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
I mean, she's not wrong. I was just thinking that maybe you might be the problem, Paimon.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out!
Exactly, Paimon. Everything was horrible until I fished you out. You caused the trouble and I have to fix it. That's how it is.
Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Yeah, and it's time to actually go to Fontaine this time. Not running around there trying to find any quests until I realized that there's a quest in Caravan Rebat that leads to the Archon quest. Anyways, next up, Fontaine.
Ah, look who it is.
Oh,
Running
Dia.
into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, yes we do.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business.
Very serious.
Even
Pam.
though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Well, it's time for us to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious?
Unfortunately, yes.
Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
It's not like we won't come back.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Yeah, I think we all know that we're safe.
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
We'll be back.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
Well, you know, we'll leave as soon as we finished anything, and anything is about to be done, so pretty much now.
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
No time for that, Paimon. Who are you, suspiciously looking guy?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
Yeah, I get that.
Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
But also don't underestimate what you did. Like, seriously.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahita?
Actually, I think she is probably well aware of what we're doing, and she will come visit us in our dreams, as bad as that sounds.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Probably. She's probably busy as well.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care. Bye, Dia. It was so fun exploring with you.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye.
was a fun time, a fun year. A very short year for some reason. But a good year. After settling matters in Sumeru, you approach the border with Fontaine. Oh, you've gotta be kidding. Small interjection here. I've spent like an hour looking for the Archon quest in Fontaine. Because Paimon didn't tell me that I was supposed to come to Sumeru and go to Caravan Rebat to find that quest. So maybe it's my fault for not checking the quest menu, but kinda Paimon's for not telling me. So yeah, I already saw a bit of Fontaine and commented on a few things like the freaking guillotine standing in like the court. Yeah, I've read a lot of text from the bulletin boards, but I didn't really do too much there yet. Because I was just looking for the Archon quest, but I couldn't find it. Anyways, time to continue. I thought it would be nice to walk through the tunnel to have the first, like, sight of this place. But yeah, now we're here again, without spending like 30 minutes to walk through the desert. Oh, and they're even gonna cutscene it. Oh, okay. Show me. Oh, okay. That's... I told it before. That shot looks so gorgeous. Didn't expect this to be the entrance point though. Oh, it's so pretty. Especially now during sundown. I don't know how that physically works. But hey, Teyvat has its own rules, so...
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
They have clocks like this at all places, huh? They look so cool, but I can't even read them.
Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
It's actually a bit more impressive than I thought. It's so big.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do.
What do you mean, Paimon? We don't have to work at every place we find.
What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon. I mean, you like trouble, don't you?
Good idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful
no.
information.
This is not gonna go well.
Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Yeah, and it's also kind of still what we had planned. I kind of forgot that at this point if we're looking for the Seven. Well, yeah, our journey is still to find my sibling, and mostly the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Yeah, whatever that means. From what we know, she is a bit eccentric.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Hmm?
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Are you talking about a book or a trial?
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
I couldn't help but notice someone in the background. Also, yeah, sorry, we kinda do eavesdrop sometimes.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Oh, so it's really a trial.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Oh yeah, it's kind of the same to them, isn't it?
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
I tend to disagree.
Oh, but it looks like
Especially
you're
in
not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
So these trials are some sort of opera to you?
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases.
I just wonder what you base your judgment off, though. Like, is it they tell a cool story, so yeah, you're innocent? Or, like, how does it work? Is it just joyful to watch? I mean, courts are pretty interesting sometimes, but that sounds weird out of your mouth.
And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette.
Neuvillette. I will remember that.
As well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
Is it? I don't know, man. Judgment created by the Archon and some two more people sounds a bit totalitarian, maybe? Well, I guess this is the Nation of Justice, and of course the Archon is in control of it.
Pure trees? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
Oh, or if the Ortrice is some mechanism, might be... Oh, I think they talked about it a bit, but I didn't understand it too much. I think it had something with powers. Oh, I'm curious how it really works.
Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Furina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Lady Furina. So, you guys just are able to approach her, no issue?
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
So I'm assuming when you say the appointment must be made a bit in advance, you're not talking about like days, right? Or hours? And what kind of time slots?
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff? Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Furina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
Huh. I mean, that's a good sign.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
Okay, I had an interestingly diverging image of her then.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
Yeah. It's weird.
Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
A drama queen.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Okay, that's a bit degrading.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
you can be put on trial for, like, saying things like this. I need to be careful.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Well, I hope so, because I see ourselves in a courtroom already. Well, seems the people of the Hydro Archon really like the Hydro Archon. Wait, seems like the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon. They don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get
Interesting,
it.
yeah.
Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
She spotted her.
But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime.
I mean, just saying, maybe I'm predicting something here. We could have an easy appointment if we were on trial. Just saying.
Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl standing over there. She's been standing there for quite a while.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
It's just water.
Maybe we better go check on her.
It's not like she's gonna drown herself. I guess it's pretty dangerous next to a waterfall though, but... I doubt it's gonna be that bad. I love the sound of the waterfalls though. Hello?
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
Huh? Ah, I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
Paimon, don't press it.
About many things, actually.
Okay.
But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself.
That seems not as healthy as... Well, you should probably talk to someone. Maybe not some random strangers, but...
I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Wait, I thought she was pointing over to Sumeru. Are you mermaids or something?
Though people call the waters around Fontaine a sea, it's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And though I can still see that hill clearly in my memories, now it's been completely submerged.
So there wasn't water here before.
He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories. It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
What a depressing entrance into this country.
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Lynette. Okay. I'm gonna have a lot of trouble pronouncing their names.
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern.
Didn't even notice that he's pyro when I watched his trailer.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lyny, and this is my
Lyny.
sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Lyney and Lynette. Okay, I don't know why I always called them Lyny and her Lynette. Well, did I call her Lynette? No, I think I called her Lynette. Lyney and Lynette. No, Lyny and Lynette. Oh god. Gonna take a lot of time to learn.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Nice to meet you
We were
guys.
just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon always the one talking for some reason.
Well, what do you mean for some reason? You don't even let me talk. Yeah, you always steal my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
Yeah.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
See? Oh, we have the synergy.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories, and that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
Huh? What is happening in Fontaine now?
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Oh, you have beautiful eyes. Sorry.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Lyny. It's a pleasure to meet you. Weird?
And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Wait, what is the etiquette? What is the etiquette? Do not shake tiny people's hands?
Oh, alright then. Well, Paimon's just
What?
happy to have a local friend now.
I'm confused.
By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Furina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Why do you sound so sinister? You noticed that, right? You can't tell me you don't notice that. No pretending allowed. I'm sorry, I feel bad when I walk in between you. Just realize, yeah, she has a cattail. Why? Like, just as an outfit? I think.
You said you were going to see Lady Furina? Well, it seems Lady Furina has come to see you.
Is that a good news? Oh, okay. Oh, I love stances like this. Okay. What gives us the honor? Are we actually getting introduced to the Archon by herself? For once? Looks like we don't need an appointment.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
I assume our presence makes quite the uproar at this point.
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
Whenever they show a new angle of her, she looks so freaking pretty and cool. I'm really having a tough time identifying how tall she is. But she looks so cool. Also, like, do you like that they're poor people? It seems like that brings you a lot of joy. People
As
like
you can
to
all see, two
hear us speak, though.
unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
I like the applause. I take it.
Is she talking about us?
Apparently. No one seems to be holding a glass, yeah.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
Okay, now I feel... now I feel like we might not be as welcome. Left in our wake? Turmoil left in our wake? Wait, excuse me, no. No. We fixed the turmoil before we leave.
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
Is that an invitation to pull for you? Or, am I just being intimidated here?
I, Focalors, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
Well, yeah, that was easy enough. I'm surprised that's how it happened.
I still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes. But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Yeah, I'm also not sure if I want to say that. It sure feels over the top, but she's a god after all. Do we really expect a god to be so tame and, like, doesn't care about her being pretty famous here? Of course she's gonna be a little over the top. But something seemed off about her, that's sure. Also, the music is... I'm not sure if that's her theme or just some song from Sumeru, but it's freaking good.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
The guy with the glasses. Maybe he told something.
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
So you just insulted every other Archon we've met so far? Is that what you're saying?
You had best stop and consider. Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god?
Ah, there he is.
All it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
I don't like how she's playing the cards. But she's right.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Yeah, feels like she can't get over herself. But yeah, once again, I'm not sure if I blame her. She's a god after all.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Are you out of words?
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
I think she's waiting for us to admire her.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Furina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
I don't know either.
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Furina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Furina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is gonna be the duel of the century.
Wait. No duel.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Furina would never disappoint.
What do you mean? No duel. No duel here. No.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus. You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Why? No one was asking for that. Are you asking for trouble? Do you... What kind of duel?
Now she wants to fight?
What?
Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Okay, Lumine, you're ready with your dull blade? I mean, fighting gods, we've got a resume for that. I mean, so bring it on. Okay. I don't think that's the kind of duel they're talking about.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
Might I remind you that I got plot armor?
What are you trying to do, Traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
Am I?
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
Why? I don't understand you people. I don't understand you people. First you want drama, then you want me to battle a god. Why do you even want that? What is wrong with you guys?
Irenaeus, criminals
I'm not
are
some
always
performer.
requesting duels to defend their honor.
No.
Getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
I'm not a I'm not a criminal.
As the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
Can we leave? I don't wanna... Why does she even want to fight us? No.
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
What have we gotten ourselves? We haven't even done anything wrong.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all.
Trouble really
Such a
finds us.
grand opera house. It would be a pity not to use it.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Couldn't agree more with you, Paimon.
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't even committed any crimes. I just want to see this place.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Huh?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
She is not an object.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Furina.
Don't feed into
No one knows
her.
the laws of Fontaine like she does.
No.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
That's not fair.
Precisely! Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
What do you mean?
My apologies, Lady Furina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject...
Yep, please do, Lyny. Lyny, sorry.
I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a
Yes,
flying
thank
object.
you. Thank you.
You tell her, Lyny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Ah, great magician Lyny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
What are you doing? What?
Ta-da!
What?
What's that on
When Lyny patted you on the back... Oh, he was expecting something like that to happen. Huh.
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Furina's charges no longer hold water.
This is absurd. Yeah, what's your comeback, Mrs. I judge everyone for the weirdest claims ever?
Amusing. Very amusing, Lyny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Wait, so you're not suing me for having Paimon? Really? Thank you.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person, but when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
Aw. You have some kind of power kink, do you?
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Lyney and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
Is this seriously how we meet the Archon? And this is the weirdest freaking encounter ever. We wanted to talk with her.
And just like that,
It escalated.
she's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen.
Yeah, that means a
Never
lot.
even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
I really wonder what would have happened if Lyny wouldn't have thought of that. Would she really have pulled us into court? Do you know that this was gonna happen?
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy.
Really? Now you're trying to... No, I don't believe that.
So,
No
now
second.
do you see what kind of god Lady Furina is?
A loose cannon, that's what she is.
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Lyny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
Ooh.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
Yeah.
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred.
I don't get how that is the case, but I accept it.
And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Yeah, I'm up to doing that as long as I don't end up being, like, you know, put on trial.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Can I help with anything?
Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Okay.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the Nation of Justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved.
I mean, if a sin here is to hold up a flying object on to release a flying object on the first 2 days of a month, then yeah, everyone is a sinner.
Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but so far evidence seemed like not that important in this whole debate about law here. But okay, apparently you don't believe into everything, apparently, for some reason. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, no. Actually, no. I take that back. I wouldn't believe that either, without proper evidence. While I would probably believe whatever the Archon says, so... Okay, no, I take everything back.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
So that's what she meant. She was talking physically speaking, water level rise. Now that water is engulfing our memories? Won't be long until it engulfs us. Oof. I mean, the people will have noticed that, right?
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Can't you just, like, drain some of it?
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
Yeah.
We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Yeah, I just realized something. You're handing out magic pockets, like literal magic pockets. Isn't, like, magic extremely boring in a world that actually has magic? It's not really fascinating for someone to have a magic pocket that he can pull out a lot of things off when it's literally a thing that exists. Right? I wonder what kind of tricks you do, mister.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
Yeah, true. If the prophecy is actually correct, then how are we supposed to prevent that?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Okay. I'll try. It'll be interesting to find out what they think about this whole situation. Are we gonna see the sea level rise? Are we gonna be standing here in a version and we're gonna have water right below our feet? If so, that would be crazy. Mister? Excuse me?
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
How about apologizing for me wanting... No, for you wanting me to duel the Archon? Like... Yeah?
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Will do.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it.
I mean, that's very much like in Watatsumi, right?
But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die.
Yeah, that's the issue with
You
that.
should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Let's hope so. I mean, with that, he's actually right. What does dissolved into the water mean? It's not like you're gonna... It's different from drowning in the water, obviously. Valid point. I think you should be prepared, but valid point.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
I get that mindset. I can understand and relate to that, but doesn't mean you shouldn't, like, have a second plan. I know, it is contradictory.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But that also makes you sound as if you do kind of believe it. Alright, reporting back to Lyny.
Oh?
Lyney.
You already handed out
Sorry.
all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
Actually, I think they were all pretty nuanced.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
I don't like that we haven't really been into the sea, and we're already preparing for a massive disaster.
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
Okay.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor. You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
Oof. She's just like Paimon.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
She's so chill somehow.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Try? Try?
Wait, shh.
Okay, sorry.
Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
No. I mean, yes, but... why? Why would I?
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
Is she?
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Huh. To be honest, I kind of don't want to... like, you know, have her face trial, knowing how trial works here.
Shh, keep your voice down.
Sorry.
We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Alright, leave it to me.
Alright, let's go.
There's still my parked wave rider. Good. I know when I was first going in here with the boat and I was thinking, hopefully I'm not gonna get sued for wrongfully parking it here. And I feel like now we really need to be careful of every law in this country. Because if we make one fatal slip, she's gonna come for us. Because she wants us in trial. That's not how I expected to meet the Archon. What a mindfuck. But she had a nice theme. Gotta give it to her. Okay, let's see if we can catch
This
her.
is the spot where Lyny wanted us to wait.
Yep, there she is.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Should we intervene? Yeah. Get ready to stop her.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
I don't know. Our job is to block the path, so I think he probably planned for that.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
You wait, but there is no sign of the thief.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Lyny caught the thief.
Hopefully the thief didn't catch Lyny. Well, maybe we should just go and find Lyny.
Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
You got out-magistered? Magicianed? Out-magiced? Out-magicked.
I
Out-magicked.
saw the general direction she went, but Lyny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lyny?
I'll be alright. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette.
She's very performance-oriented.
I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lyny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Paimon seems very happy to see the Aquabus.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? easiest way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Shh. No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
There.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
She's so cold, and it's hard to, like, I'm not sure what kind of person she is, because she just doesn't let a lot of things go through.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Charlotte! Sorry, that was probably loud. Charlotte! 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 Please say she made it. Yes!
Huh?
Charlotte!
What? Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
I miss you. I've been looking for you at the steamboat already.
I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the aqua bus. In the story of my life, this is big news. What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Oh, you'll probably hear about it in news now after what happened.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence, but as travelers, we're always on the move. It's not surprising that nobody knew we were coming.
Well, that's a lie.
Though we still have no idea how the Hydro Archon knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friends!
Oh, no need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Lyney and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place.
Yeah, actually it feels really nice having Charlotte around. She's a familiar figure that I can depend on.
So, what have you been up to lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
Sorry, about the first topic, what the hell is going on in this country? I thought there's... Are you just going after the petty criminals and forget about the real ones? It's not really the kind of news that we're after, but...
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird?
I mean... Seems a bit... weird.
Oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
Maybe you should focus on the truth being revealed rather than, you know, the fame that comes with it.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears.
What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
So they are probably dead, right?
Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Maybe they're copycat criminals? I don't know. That's not really a kind of crime the copycats would follow. There must be more than one criminal then, right?
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
I have a bad feeling about what you just said, because...
Please don't imagine that, Lyny.
Continue talking on the aquabus until you arrive at the destination.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Oh yeah. Pretty big town, huh? So freaking pretty. All the shapes and how it flows, it's... The music. But it also has very, like, I don't know, it reminds me a lot of the Fatui theme. It has something evil to it.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Oh, I was glad running into you.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Ah, I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
I will try next time. Well, you weren't there last
What a
time.
tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first?
Oh, yeah,
Besides,
sure.
I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
Yeah, and I probably don't feel safe anymore without Lyny, so... Yeah, I'm fine with sticking around him. So, like, I just can't get over how big this is. The city is like 3 stories, elevators everywhere, so it's even wheelchair accessible. Take a hint, Sumeru. And it's just so ginormous. Like, look at the amount of teleporters even in the city. Let's go to Lyny's house. Lyny's house. Same story as with Collei. I don't know what I called her in the beginning, but I always had to tell myself Collei. It's Collei. It's Collei. I think I said Collie? I don't know.
This is our current abode.
Dude, this looks so sick. I would live here.
Ah, Fremine, you're home.
Oh.
Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
Seems as talkative as his sister.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you very proud to have a diver as a brother, Lyney.
Yep, he sure seems to have a big family.
Lyney, could you come here for a moment?
Oh, am I not welcome?
Hmm? What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, go. It's not my business.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials.
He looks very
I was
cute,
about to give them to you.
but so shy. Oh, sorry. I should stop evaluating people just by the first encounter.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
But you really do put a lot of words into the mouths of your siblings, huh? Seems kind of hard, especially when you're a bit shy and not talkative. Ooh, rain. That's not good.
Looks like rain.
Feels like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
Huh? Is that related?
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain. When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Another elemental dragon wouldn't be too surprising.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Okay, I was about to say, if that really does something...
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
Oh, come on, you're the one that believes in the other legend. So... don't make your brother sound stupid.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
She doesn't talk a lot, but when she does, it stings.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
After some time, the rain stops.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Lyney?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Okay, sure, sounds good. You go ahead, Lyny.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted.
Oh, what do you mean? He
And the
looks
boss
so
there tends to be
extroverted.
pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
Fair. I get that.
No trouble at all! Don't worry, we're on the case!
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, don't worry.
Oh, no need! This will be a walk in the park for us!
Yeah, and we kind of want to get around anyways. Hello?
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello
Alright.
there. New customers?
I
Looking to
freaking
buy,
love
or do you
steampunk
need
and this
something
Renaissance
made?
stuff. It
Or
looks so
perhaps
cool.
you're just looking for a chat with me.
How are you doing? No, sorry. No, we come because we have some business.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making, what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for magic pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay something?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But
nice.
they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa. So, is Lyney actually loaded?
Would be good. It really doesn't hurt to have a rich friend.
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
If in any country, it's for sure Fontaine, yeah.
Hey, is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
It's a pressure molding forge? It's a pressure forge, right?
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
That is a good question.
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you.
Ouch.
But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Maybe if you could show me what it is.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
However, how am I ever supposed to pronounce that? Oratrice mécanique. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. This is scary. Can you repeat that?
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments.
Oof, okay, Paimon. I'll go with the way you pronounce it.
But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
You remember how Venti and Aida both said that the gods rely on the beliefs of the people to obtain their power?
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Seems like it.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You sound, not that pleasant. Maybe I'll interfere.
You
if you don't
again?
mind.
Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Oh, I'm gonna beat your guys' ass if you don't just chill.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
What? No. We're not gonna leave her alone. It's like a usual case of someone owing money. No. Owing money. No. We need to help her. Let me in.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
I didn't expect to see you. Out of all the people.
If Confrere of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
Are we gonna have to work alongside him again? It's gonna be a fun time.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Dude, do you realize that? You just said exactly the same thing. Wow. What a hypocrite.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
Yeah, what are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Yeah, we sure seem to have run into a lot of friends today. It's kind of weird. Really curious place we got here.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now. And honestly, things have been pretty boring.
Oh, really? You should have been at the harbor. There was something else.
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
I take that as a compliment.
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Yep, I think we've already weathered the storm for now.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
Sit.
Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
Oh, you will whoop your ass.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
"Hey, that's way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now."
No, duels are not allowed in this country. I know that. I read the bulletin board.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients.
I read the rules. You are not allowed to fight.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
Oh, sure.
I'm sure this won't take long.
No, I don't think so, but... Laws. Oof.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Unexpected. I feel like we're gonna encounter the police very soon.
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think?
I think there's someone behind you,
Just make sure you
child.
understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it?
I think there was someone behind you. I might be wrong.
Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh? What happened?
Huh. That was weird.
What just happened?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
There was someone behind you. I'm not sure. It was white. It could have been Melusine or the Archon or someone else.
Strange. How could
Didn't see
that
enough.
happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Well, you shouldn't use your delusion, though.
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be problematic. Maybe? I don't have enough information.
That is a possibility.
Do you have any idea where it's coming from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
What? No, you didn't.
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
I don't know what to make out of that.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
She never explained that, but my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers.
Oh, sad.
It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
It's very possible that the power inside you is connected to your incident in the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that.
There are a lot of those encounters, yeah.
Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
I mean, you do like sparring, that's true. Shouldn't surprise me.
Champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point.
So then we should have been fine if she sued us, right? Like the Archon. We could have just fought. And let's face it, we would beat them.
So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial.
It's a horrible way to do law, by the way, but still I kinda like it, at least for innocent people.
And the worst case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel.
Okay, I take that back.
Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
I mean, I don't know Fontaine prison. Maybe it's worse than death.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
I assume not.
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Yeah, I figured.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
You're fighting Clorinde. My god.
Well, that's Childe for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
Yeah, when we remember when we met the Hydra Archon? Yeah, the lady. I'm pretty sure that was Clorinde.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Your vision?
Huh? Your vision?
You're fighting.
Just giving it away?
First of all, you're fighting her without a vision? And what?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel. So, I think I'll be better off without it for now.
How do you expect to win them? Don't sound your delusion.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
It's interesting though, because I've been thinking a lot about whether you can steal visions. I wonder if we can actually just keep it, or if it will find a way back to him.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
Casually drops his vision.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lyny's performance.
Yep. And that's where I would have probably gone to the Steambird. But now this time we're going there for real, seeing if we can reach Charlotte.
Who could have
never
seen
mind.
that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Oh, Paimon, didn't spoil it for everyone.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing.
Never expected you to actually enjoy reading. That's a
The
surprise.
whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel.
Yep,
It's so
I get that.
exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
Well, you kind of spoiled it already.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Lyny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
Yep, that's not
Lyny said that the
keep
Opera House
Lynette
is on
waiting.
Yes, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Okay, which route is it? The Navia line. Perfect. I love that this actually feels like a city with the public transport system. Freaking adore it.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan. The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The
At least
Aquabus
you tried.
operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
At least she said it this
Also,
time earlier.
Please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself.
Not that well. Yeah,
The
they're not the best
destination
ad.
of the current tour is Erinias. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclese. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling,
You will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky. An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing.
I get it. I've read about it. Yeah. I really want to see what happened to that research institute. This can't just be some random coincidence.
We are
Not
now
in this
approaching
world.
our final destination.
Oh,
Please
already?
be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens.
Oh, no way
Please
they don't
be
have
careful
special
when
pens for you.
disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. But look how beautiful this looks. And this... I like going into the mountains. I usually went hiking there with my family. And this looks very familiar. These very few and... Yeah, few little pine trees spread around. Then these more rugged little rock formations. Very reminiscent. So where are we heading? Oh, we're heading to the guillotine. Okay. Oh wait, if that's the courthouse. So that's actually really a guillotine. No fucking way. I don't know why, but I feel so happy exploring this right now. I wanna go up there. I wanna go up to that mountain. It looks so cool.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Lyney and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Do you think the Archon is also gonna be there? Like, they said she doesn't miss a trial, but also a performance? I think she mentioned that she would come, right? Which scares me
Oh,
again.
Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
I'm glad you
Maybe
look
this is one of the customs
at
of
your
Fontaine.
child that way.
There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
Excuse me? Oh no, not again, huh?
What's wrong?
When I don't like that effect on the screen. That screams danger.
Vache. Vache.
Did you just say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Strange. Whose voice was that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When
How
did
does
you
her
get
calm...
here?
How can you get scared from her calm voice?
Lyny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Yep.
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now. Is that normal?
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain, though.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I wish.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
Am I hearing the fountain speak?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Huh.
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
when Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Paimon basically cries all the time.
And you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
It's an interesting explanation.
So,
Not sure if it's true.
say?
Seemed to be calling someone's name. What was it? Vacher? Vacher?
Huh. If you were
Something
hearing
like
their
that?
emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lyny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Lyny.
Oh, looks different than I expected.
Ah, Traveler and Paimon. Good to see you. I knew you two would come.
And I didn't expect a church organ playing in the background. Okay.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Sure. Just make sure I'm having some space between the Archon. Thanks. She scares me.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lyny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lyny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, sure. Best get busy.
Yeah, we'll just
Break
go
a
to
leg.
our seats. You go ahead, Lyny.
So where do I have to go? Up? There's no. Okay. Okay, front row seats. So I assume we're not gonna be next to the Archon, that's good. Damn, this is... I wonder if this is gonna be completely filled with people. And I have a bad feeling. This seems like a perfect place for a marriage, though. I don't know why. Long red carpet. Very fitting. Who's there?
These should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Can you even sit, Paimon? I've never seen you sit, I think. Of course not. Yeah, who's that person next to us? Stare? Awkward. Wouldn't be so awkward if there were more people.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Yeah, but that's kind of your job. You're up, Paimon.
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
You have to have some worth.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Oh, wow. That is... that is a... that is a terribly soothing voice you have there.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, wow. You're making... sorry. You're putting up quite the competition for Zhongli here.
Oh!
Oh my.
So you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
It's so echoey here. Everyone hears everything.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
Yep, this is not making it bad. Why didn't I take the initiative? Why did I put Paimon on the case?
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Lyney's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Lyny would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
He seems so differently shaded. I'm sorry that I'm completely focused on the design right now. But he seems completely different shaded compared to Lumine. Like, strange.
Oh, so you're not friends with Lyny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat.
Glad to know you know us.
And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Lyny. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
Not quite. I think you mentioned him, if I'm not wrong.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
He's literally the center of the action. Not even the Archon. Huh.
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Of course. Why do you scare me? What is it about this lady that completely scares me?
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
Yeah, go figure.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise she may become flustered.
I don't want to give it to her, I'm gonna be honest. Look at her. All full of herself. Oh man, oh man.
Oh, it's Furina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
What a weird lady.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Crowd enters the venue and the curtain opens for the show to begin.
Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Psh, psh, Paimon, psh.
Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Stop laughing like that.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Lyny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
There we go.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today.
Okay, that comes back to what I was saying earlier. Interesting.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations.
Even though they have magic, in a world full of magic, we still adore magic that we can't explain. It's interesting, but it's probably true.
I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Oh. That changes things.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully.
Of course.
With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do.
I sure hope she has a lot of...
Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
She actually looked concerned. The Archon looked concerned. Oh wow, I completely thought that's a totally different story. When they showed that in a trailer.
What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything.
Huh.
Wasn't Lynette inside the water
Well, Paimon, magicians have their secrets. It's no wonder that he's famous with a trick like that.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
To be honest, I'm more surprised at her disappearing.
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
Okay.
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
If you pick us, then it's gonna be
Please,
rigged.
if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box.
Seems plausible to do. A tunnel?
Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lyny have actual superpowers?
Well, I'm sure we can spot how he does it.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Is that the prison?
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
Oh, I'm sure he's prepared for that, otherwise he wouldn't give us the option.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
57? 56?
59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Huh?
Pirate, stop increasing the pace.
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Lyny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic.
Sure, that's something a magician would say to his assistants.
It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, midair right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lyny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all part of the show, don't worry.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was just to divert your attention, Paimon.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25, 24, 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Lyny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19, 18, 17!
Oh, that would be a bummer if he didn't make it.
It seems things aren't quite going as
And
planned.
of course he will.
I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's alright. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there
9,
now.
8.
Swapping two people is harder work
7.
than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
That's insane. This is virtual, but it's still super entertaining. Whoa.
What happened?
That's too far. Though.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lyny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
Wasn't there a person inside?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice.
She seems to be stumbling over her words a bit here.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
Okay. This was going
Unfortunately,
so well.
the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His
What?
name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Lyny's magic troupe.
Well, what about the girl?
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused
Oh.
the tank to fall onto the stage.
That's manslaughter territory. This doesn't look too good for Lyny.
As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
But that might be explainable by Lyny?
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Oh. Yeah, we've heard about that.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
Pull it off like that. In front of the audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice. This is embarrassing to them.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly?
Are you really not able to see that there's more going on here?
I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Lyny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Ah, man, her temper tantrum.
Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
I mean, there is a good reason to consider him a prime suspect, that is for sure.
Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
But now you're just turning things in a way that makes them, like, perfect for your argument.
That can't be right! How can Lyny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
Yeah, but he is for sure a suspect, but I don't think it was him.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Furina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Lyny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
What are you pressing charges for? You don't have any proof.
I just think that I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
Maybe someone is a bit overeager here.
But what Lady Furina said just now makes perfect sense.
Oh no.
Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Furina said it all.
They believe everything she says.
I mean, of course, my dear people.
Oh, wow.
But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing.
Your biggest enemy is yourself. Do you notice that? You make life really hard for yourself.
That's right. I mean you,
What?
traveler. You'll support Lyny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Am I gonna be his attorney? What do you mean? I mean, I trust him, but...
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met.
That's an overstatement.
But with Lyny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
Don't worry, Paimon. She lost it already, like, probably long before we even came here.
I
It's a lost case.
understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, Seems Lady Furina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Lyny's attorney and defend him in this case?
What? What country are we why isn't that... Should Lyny pick that? Why are we the ones who decide that? This is not us fighting against the Archon. We are not... I am willing to help him out, but he should probably get a real attorney.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House.
A
Both
day?
sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth.
A singular day.
Lyny and his troop are all potential suspects and shall
I'm
remain
sorry.
within the Opera House.
I'm sorry, Lyny. Doesn't look too good.
The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
You're making it very easy for me to want to show you that we're better. You're so full of yourself. Everyone is dismissed and the audience begins to leave.
Lyny!
I'm sorry, Lyny.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
I mean, yes, you could possibly be the murderer, but just because it's so unlikely that it doesn't make sense, doesn't mean I will consider that option.
I understand. Even I'm not sure what happened, so I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to grasp the situation.
I'm fully on your side, though. So unlikely.
I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box.
That's a good question.
As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Yeah, it's all very strange.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where did you get that from, Paimon?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
Paimon, this is serious.
Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
This is serious, Paimon.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
They do, but...
You have good taste, Lynette.
I mean, they actually do look pretty cute, but let's focus on the topic at hand, please, Paimon.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Do you really trust us? You barely know us.
Yes, thank you so much.
Well, I guess we have a name for ourselves. Won't let you guys down.
Just leave it to us.
Paimon, please take that off.
Since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Lyny, all the respect in the world, but you're gonna have to drop the secrets now. I'm sorry.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Lyny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
I need a screenshot of that. I mean, he looks so hilarious.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Sure.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
Okay, Paimon. I know we shouldn't, like, be super depressed right now. But remember, there's a dead body on the stage, and maybe what you're doing right now is a teeny tiny, like, teensy bit disrespectful. Oh yeah, we're Lyney's and Lynette's attorneys.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Furina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Yeah, too late.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Lyney's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it.
Wasn't the girl supposed to be there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate placement, not gonna lie.
All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Lyny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand. I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
I mean, he's also not wrong. He is absolutely not wrong. From all we know, he is a lot more prepared than us in every way. So it wouldn't be past him to, well, persuade us. But what do I know? I mean, I don't know. We have to investigate and find the proper truth. If that is him being guilty.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
What do you mean? What's the worst that can happen to us?
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
Was only secured by one rope?
The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Either Lyny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or the one responsible for safety and the props caused this.
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa! Look! This bit is made from different material!
Okay, so this was no accident.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable, like some type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means... Wait, Paimon should write all this down. Let's take notes.
Yeah, we actually should. Can we ask some of the people? Yes, we can.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
Is it always the same number?
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Lyney and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
I know.
Lyny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
Yeah, Furina's something else.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time.
I expected that. But for different reasons, like a magician would probably do that, huh?
I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lyny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Which makes sense from a magician's point of view. But also from a murderer's, so...
That much checks out. Lyney reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Lyny.
Yeah, we'll try our best though. Thanks and sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lyney's case, Paimon had better write it down.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
Oh, I remember that, yes.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lyney's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
What does it mean though?
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lyney's accomplice, Lynette perhaps, jumping atop the water tank or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Oh, okay, so you're also not helping our case. But cutting the rope doesn't seem to be what caused her to fall or to snap.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Oh, wouldn't the water in the tank have also started to swing it a bit?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
It seems a bit implausible.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
During the switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
The fashion police, uh-oh.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Yeah, so far so
you're
true.
right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
No.
From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Navia, why did we meet a Navia already? At the boats?
Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
One FBI agent.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Mademoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
President of what?
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say
The music
so.
is so good.
Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
Yeah. And I didn't comment on it earlier when we were doing investigation, but the music is so subtle and so good sometimes. It's really good. I'm super impressed with the music so far.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So, you want to investigate on our behalf as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Lyny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now! But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Furina sure was quick to point the finger at Lyny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yeah, probably because she hates us for some reason.
But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Furina was going to back down in that situation.
Yep.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Which is fair.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that, she seems over-eager. I think that's a valid claim.
Alright, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not necessarily,
And
no.
why would that be?
Yeah, something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like pure entertainment. And the truth could really go wayside at that point.
See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
I feel like most people would think that though.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the Traveler's response was most excellent.
Thanks, but
no matter how
that's not the
wonderful
point.
the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
Alright, that's quite enough, Melus. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Hyman, are you ever going to take that off? Oh, it doesn't matter. Seems like you already agreed that.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lyny's tricks. Thanks!
Okay. Yeah, they're probably important to, you know, like everything. So that as if she's more interested in that.
Freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Lyney and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
Oh, after the thing happened.
So,
okay. Yeah.
the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Lyney's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post. And I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
No one left the opera house during the magic show and after the incident happened. Only the ones whose identity was cleared by the guards.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the magic troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself.
Okay.
Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all this.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Oh, believe you we will. It's our primary hope for this
It
case.
is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
This doesn't clear us, so it's at least not negative.
Paimon wonders how Lyney's discussion with the guards is going.
Oh yeah.
Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to
Paimon,
see how
don't-
magic is made.
Don't make this so fascinating. This is very important.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Some president and her fashion police? That's how much I figured.
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Yeah, help us with actual, seemingly actual experience, so that's probably a good sign.
Let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Right.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes,
I
a
expected
world of
as much.
secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Yeah,
Where
I
did
was
all that
thinking the
go?
same.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same, is it? I mean, you're incredible.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There's another box inside the box and you transferred them?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
This passage linked the boxes. That's not close to magic.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Yeah, I guess you don't need the box inside the box, but as it's an audience member, you can't allow them to see anything.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Yeah, and what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
You being visible?
My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Lyny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the...
Wait, what? When?
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Oh, what? What? No way! They have different eye colors. I want to check that. Can I check that? It's very hard to tell. I would say it's purplish. I think that's the original model. I'm not sure. I would love if they did that, but I'm not sure if they actually did try to pull something like that off. As funny as it would be. Wait, she has purplish eyes. Never mind then. If they actually took care of the detail, that's amazing.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
You can tell a lot of thought was put into this. This is cool.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending.
You know why this magic is still fascinating, even though it's like virtual and they don't really have to take care of how it's even feasible? Because they had to take care of how it's feasible because this. I don't know why, but usually, like, this shouldn't be fascinating, right? Like, whoa, video game character does magic trick. But no, it's thought through. Is it this, what they are doing is all feasible.
and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
Cowl was probably down here, right? So if someone else, the presumable kidnapper, exchanged Cowl and the lady, that would work.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
They must be involved.
Could we have a look around?
How would they know?
I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Lyney and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Or into the box, or whatever. A grappling hook?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lyny didn't mention that earlier, did
Perhaps
he?
it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
A rope that has fallen onto the ground. A metal hook has been tied to the end. Its use is unclear.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe for a trick?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And
Possible?
here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That could explain the noise.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Maybe not from the trolley, but it could still be because of the noise. Clothing.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lyny could make people disappear besides their clothes. Not sure how. We maybe should have elaborated on that as well. Well, Lyny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
What happened to your glasses, Paimon?
This is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Young lady's dress. I hope it disappeared because she disappeared and not some other thing. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and the tracks are perfect for making this trolley stay on in its designated course. That for sure. Storage boxes? All kinds of props, costumes, and haphazardly stuffed inside. Yeah, you get it. Get the gist. And the trolley and some ventilation shaft.
What is this place?
Looks like a
It
vent.
seems someone could fit through here.
Yeah.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But what if they could... I hate saying that. What if they could, like, magic them away? And then they could leave through that?
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes, that is.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent. Cool.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes.
Hmm.
Let's head back up.
The question is, does our good old Archon friend also know about this kind of
The state of
information?
the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
Sorry, I just properly.
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then! You know, like the kind you usually see in novels!
Would seem so. I mean, you could still hide in them.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Furina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Lyney and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will too?
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. Not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Please don't tell me we're gonna be fined or whatever if we lose this case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case.
Okay, that is alright.
Even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, there's no need
What?
for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
I was actually thinking the same thing for once.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Well, now is not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon, keep it together.
Just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
How?
Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Okay, now that's real magic. Whatever they're gonna do to provide us with snacks. Wait, is the Archon allowed to leave?
You're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have
All
eggs,
right.
sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
Alright, a bit random.
The interesting group.
Must be a Spinadio Zula thing or something.
meant that it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh,
Ooh.
it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
What are those things called? I recently had some. Oh, I forgot what they were called. They're French. They're French sweets. Or not sweets, but like desserts thingies. Fitting, very fitting.
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
I like him. He's a cool guy. Favorite character so
And
far.
I was giving encouraging smiles.
I don't think that's quite what Paimon meant, though.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Yeah, Paimon, don't be so inconsiderate.
Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Macarons, that's what they're called. Yeah. Yeah, beating egg white is such... Beating egg white is a literal workout.
Anyway,
this
give
is
this a try.
tough
Fresh
stuff.
out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Oh, come on, Paimon. They're probably bigger than your tummy.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Nope, you wouldn't. Paimon can't think clearly anyway, so that's not really a problem, though.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite. Strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
So, you guys, why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
And you should take a break. Just saying.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Lyney and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Yeah, apart from the twins, we're kind of left with 2 people. The missing girl? Stealing herself? I don't know. And the deceased, which is a lot more likely? Or a third party?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Probably.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
Yeah, there's really no evidence for there even being a third person at all.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowell.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowell before making her escape?
What is her motive then? Also, you had no way of knowing how the trick worked. That is, if she was not planned to be one of the... Well, if she wasn't involved, but I don't think she was.
That's right.
Doesn't make
sense. And even if
sense.
she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Yep.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
Well, Paimon, I'm glad you're enjoying the sweets, but not that important.
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
Paimon.
What? 5? be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine if you ate them, but you gotta be honest.
Even you don't believe Paimon?
Like,
How could you?
well, sorry, evidence.
If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
There's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
At the ready, yeah, but not doing anything.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
This seems
Well, that's
too
it for
important to
snack
be a
time.
coincidence that
I'm
it's
going
just
to have another
disappeared.
look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right. Thanks for your help and for the snacks.
A tough situation, though, no.
It was nothing. A small task
don't really
for the
have
Spina
anything.
di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Probability of a 3rd person. Neither Cowell nor Halsey had a motive, but after having talked to Navia, the likelihood of a 3rd person being involved seems very low too. That's not what I wanted to hear. But probably the truth.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
I have a bad feeling about this. We really have nothing going for them. Besides, there's probably a 3rd person involved. That's basically our whole defensive case. Alright, let the trial begin. Oh, okay, maybe I was a bit too early.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
Let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
You sure?
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lyney and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Furina understands any more about what happened than we do.
That's comforting, and I actually tend to believe you.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Sorry,
To be
guys.
honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
I wanna make her shut up so badly right now.
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just you wait, you're gonna be crying, weeping on your throne.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Lyny explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Lyny clearly reveals the details of the magic trick. Everyone
Thank
in
you,
the
Mr.
audience
Lyny.
is stunned.
In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Furina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Lyny is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
And the evidence for this is...
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
I thought, yeah, but, like, what does that mean?
Hang on! Something's not right here.
How could Lyny not know about the sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
That's not good.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Yeah, it's probably the stands of the oak trees.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
I hate her so much.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
What? Wait, they're Fatui? Oh.
No wonder they did something like this.
Ah, this is really bad. This is really, really bad.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Wait, are they Fatui though, or are they just related? I mean, Eula is part of the Clarence clan. Lawrence, not Clarence, Lawrence. But that doesn't make her as evil as the Lawrence clan was.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
I mean?
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
You have such a brittle ego. Do you know that? Are you aware of that? We need to take her down. She needs to feel lost.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Lyny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Lyney and Lynette are Fatui.
Order! Order! Mr. Lyny, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Furina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Please don't say that you weren't in a box. The second one is irrelevant. There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others, given how Lyny and has concealed his identity. This could have all been set up beforehand. Plus Childe and Fontaine, along with the other house operatives. Must be some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Lyny.
I don't want to give into Furina's freaking attempt at causing infighting between us. This is not good.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
Shut up.
What should we do
Permission to speak, Your Honor? My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed this way.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment, and there are some things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say!
This is turning into an Ace Attorney court. I love it.
Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Lyney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
And you are certainly more delusional than I thought an Archon would be allowed to be.
In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
It's not about victory, it's about the truth. What a weird Archon.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Then, come on, speak. All the information.
Paimon just knew where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
Yeah. Not even sure if it's right to fight for people that are Fatui.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead.
Didn't lie, yeah. But even that can be a problem sometimes.
The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Well, how can we know this is all just another lie? If I want to fight for you, I need to trust you.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
Don't play that card.
You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
You guys, don't make yourself the best clients ever.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
And I don't know what to think about you two in general now.
Well, you both say that, but...
Well, what's more pressing is actually, where were you when the trick was performed?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Oh wow, you guys... If we use this as evidence, I fear that the sentence might not get any better.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
What did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice works?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
Since when is the Fatui interested in saving everyone?
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
Yeah, was a bad idea. Because now we have issues.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I was about to say the same thing. I believe in what's the facts and what will be pointed out to be true. I believe that the judgment will be dispensed as it should.
Okay, thank you.
We'll find the real criminal. I don't think you are... I think that story you told is true. I don't think you should have done it. But...
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current
more
problem
problems,
is
though.
that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two.
Literally.
If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we do already have the key evidence we need. Do we?
Huh?
The adjournment is almost over. Let's get back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
I don't. Lyny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core, entering the tunnel, and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the thud. The voice from in the Oratrice chamber. Lyny claims that he has to have heard voices in there within the Oratrice and then returned. Yep. Oh. Well, at least I'm not 100% sorry if they get judged falsely. Though it's still not fair. They're Fatui, and we don't have to like them. But they don't deserve to be punished innocently.
Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Lyny acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Furina as fact. Therefore, Lady Furina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Lyney's perspective. As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When
Yeah.
the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Lyny red-handed.
How unhinged is that?
So Lyny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box.
No, that doesn't make any sense. He wouldn't No, that doesn't make any sense.
Lyny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Oh, you should be careful using such words as
Does the
truth.
defendant's side have any objections to Lady Furina's
Yes.
description of the events?
Yes, Your Honor.
The key to refuting Lady Furina is the order of events.
So, Lyny entered the tunnel as the countdown began. That should be pretty factual. The loud sound was from Lyny and Halsey's fight. Yeah, the thing is, so with this one, Lyny was not in a tunnel, according to what he said. What?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Okay. So, the loud sound was from Lyny and Halsey's fight. How are we disputing that? Okay.
According to Lyny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
But that doesn't really give us anything. We know that, but at that point he wasn't in the tunnel. Yeah. I don't know. How does
Lyny
that...
went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
Oh, you just want us to go
actual
backwards? You just want us to go backwards through what happened? And then he found the clothes.
Lyny
Oh,
did
that's
not
what you want
take
us to
part in the
do.
underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Lyny did indeed go into the tunnel.
I didn't know that they just wanted us to reconstruct it. I thought they wanted us to refute it.
But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
Okay, so our claim that he's innocent is as fruitless as the prosecution's side. Yeah. It really doesn't... there's really no telling what any of us here achieved. But now we're gonna have to defend against a whole lot of different stuff.
Actually managed to say all that!
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in premeditative fashion. That is true. I forgot about that. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Lyny by chance. This doesn't make sense.
Then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Lyny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Yeah.
Oh, well, Your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you remember how you refuted Lenny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Well, your claim has now become my weapon.
That's right! Lyny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Lyny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same
In
clue
the event you would
used
still
to
hear it,
disprove
I
his
guess.
alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic.
Oh, look at her ego
Well then,
failing.
If it wasn't Lyny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Well, the murder was probably a third party. The guard's investigation report indicates that the firework released near the end of the show ignited and burned through the rope, suspending the water tank above the stage. This caused the water tank to fall and kill Cowell in the box. If Lyny is no longer under suspicion, only the other members of the troupe could have been able to tamper with the props. Lyny gave a detailed account of how the magic trick was supposed to work. By using the box inside a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported via a tunnel underneath, and Lyny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of the onstage interactions. The clothes belonging to Halsey, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for this remained unknown. Who was the only person who could have possibly committed the crime? What is
Could
this?
there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
I mean...
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
But he's
Could
dead.
there have been a third
Incorrect?
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
How would that make sense?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyny's assistant.
I mean, if he isn't dead... But... I am not able to comprehend that, no.
Huh? That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
How can we envisage Lyny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
No one entered or left the
No.
The sound we heard may have...
No.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Lyny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
How can I prove that there was an altercation in the tunnel? Well, that would be the
sound
noise,
we
but
heard
that's...
may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Who is our prime subject currently?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Lyny's assistant.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would like...
Yeah, that couldn't be where they would have gone.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So there must have been some fear that she would attract attention. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So Where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
Nowhere. Kept her inside? No. The last one's not fun.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent.
I mean,
Halsey's clothing
this
was in
is not really a clue. Well, it is a clue. What? No?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Lyny as well.
Well, that only tells us that that's not where they went. Oh, well. Well, this is not good. Criminal must have understood the methods behind Lenny's magic trick. He must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cow had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. Strange noise could likely have been from the sound of Cowl and Halsey struggling. Lenny was not in a tunnel for one minute. This could have given time for Cowl to bring Halsey out of the magic box into the audience stands. But according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the hell did Halsey go? We don't know.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking earlier. Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it have been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Oh, come on, that's... Wait.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
This is not... Hold it! No, sorry, one sec. This is not an argument that they brought for. Anyways, hold it!
Lyny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowl, Lyny's assistant.
Yeah. Where did Halsey go? Oh, that's the water.
The vase was not broken by chance. It was used...
That's what the water was used for.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
If only someone would tell us the secret behind this trick.
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
I hope you know how full of yourself you sound at this moment.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Well, I request that we examine Cowl's personal effects. Might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Lyny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about 2 completely different things.
Even so, I trust the Traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
You're just impatient.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
There we go.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
What?
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
Ah, that seems to confirm what we're saying.
One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
This is both very bad, but also confirming our hypothesis. But this is very bad.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
Yeah, that is good for now, but we need to come back to that later. That seems horrible.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Could they be... So, they just tested on her? Or...
Order! Order!
It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Lyny, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all.
Does it now?
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. The liquid the guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. Who's the prime subject?
His name is Cowell.
That is still true. What item could the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution? The timing of the dissolution?
The water from the primordial sea.
What item did the culprit... Oh, well,
The water
no.
from the primordial sea. Lynette was in the magic box on stage I remember there was something else within the inner...
Something else? What is something
Now
else?
it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
So we dropped that on her?
The water from the primordial sea should already...
Okay. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime scene?
Lynette was in the magic box on stage. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box.
The water balloons. Of course. I was wondering, why would there be balloons in there?
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again!
Okay, now they're really paying homage to Ace Attorney at this
In
point.
the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage.
Still wonder, what's the whole reasoning for doing it? That's the only issue I have at this moment.
But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Come on, give us a lead.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Yeah, now the ego is brittle, huh? The ego is falling apart. Even though it's 2-2-2. It must be hard to be such a famous person and then do such a big screw up.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
Okay.
I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Wait, him? Oh, the guy, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Lyny's personal effects.
Okay. This is bad.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Lyny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lyny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
Oh, come on.
Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Lyny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
Are you...
Oh no! Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water Sumeru's new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Oh, please, don't.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Oh, yes. What were you up to?
Miss,
Please
I
tell me
must
it's very
ask you
important.
not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Lyny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lyney and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf.
What is she up to?
But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
Huh? What do you understand?
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Lyney's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
Oh, so she didn't dissolve.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
I remember her. No way I didn't remember her. I mean, she's a generic NPC, but...
But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Lyny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief! Lyny even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure.
Yeah. So she defended herself after he tried to dissolve her.
So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Their practice to hand and concealment? Probably.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Alright, now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Okay. So where can we start? So this is the opening. He jumped down. That is not really from her perspective, but it's still true. Halsey is not dissolved. What? No? That... Oh wait, yeah, okay. So first of all, she got called by the number generator. I think that would be at this stage, where she would change her clothes.
Lillian
Yep.
was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time.
And before that, she knocked him out with that.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowell.
And the onstage accident would still be the same, I think. Is that where the number generator comes in? No. I mean, from her perspective, she was... But okay, then strange sound is
from
the...
a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Okay.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
Yep.
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Doesn't explain why there was a death trap at the end.
She would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
Hungry.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
Yeah. I just came to the conclusion.
At this
Damn
point,
it!
all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Furina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Furina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Were you about to leave? Don't be pathetic.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
You're not hard to read.
No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
I wish I could say I'm sorry.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
The reason why I don't get yet, but that seems to be what happened.
To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Yeah.
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lily-Anne was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lily-Anne. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lily-Anne, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Lyny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings.
I wonder if he's gonna be sued for, like, trying to find the core, though. And I also... This is a whole different part to the whole trial, but the solving people thing is not something they should just shrug off.
From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Lyny, the accused, is in fact innocent.
Hooray, Lyney and Lynette! Amazing!
While there is much in Lyny and Lily-Anne's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
sure, but that's your
fault. This case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Okay. You know what to do.
As such, Lyney and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Well, let's not celebrate quite yet. There's much more to come to this.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Lyney's baggage?
That is a good question.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Lyny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Lyny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Who are the higher-ups anyways?
Yes! I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The
what? He turned into water.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh, damn. Nothing is found at the scene, besides the liquid left behind. Under his hat?
So,
who controlled it? How?
Are you just going
Why?
back now?
Problems seem to have been solved for now. We're not needed anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Just go to mean.
Lyney...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
And I get her.
But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just don't like people to be accused falsely.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Lyny this entire time.
Hard to believe when there are a bunch of Fatui harbingers around that try to make your life a mess? Try to kill you?
As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Okay. You call her father. I don't know what to think about this.
A knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
Yeah, please do. Maybe it helps to understand you somewhat.
Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there.
What about the other sibling?
To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Okay.
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
What happened after that?
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
What the fuck?
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Well, I mean, you would be crazy to not follow her for at least a while. Holy shit.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
So that's all in the past now, and the knave is now after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Is she also from Fontaine?
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
And if the prophecy is real, then who are we to stop her?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
And looking at what just happened, it's most likely true.
Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland.
Yeah, sure. Out of all the Harbingers, she must be the one acting on a noble course? A cause? Really? Her?
To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I mean, I get that. But it also really says that I just can't really 100% be on your side. Which sucks, because you guys are trying to save your homeland.
It's alright. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
I sure hope so.
If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Lyny.
Goodbye for now.
Bye, Lyny!
This is tough. And whatever happened to Lynette, or could have happened to her, something I never expected this game to even touch on.
Hey there.
Tough.
What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only doing this to defend Lyny. Wasn't really looking into serial disappearance cases.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah.
I'm sorry.
I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Sure. I don't think Paimon has any issue with that.
Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Sure, let's go have a meal then.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
And now she's your boss.
Wonderful! In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Alright then, let's have our farewell meal!
Sorry, this all just needs to... How would you say, settle? This has been a lot. And it's really hard to... not to make any judgments about what I think about Lyney and Lynette. Lyney and Lynette, sorry. It's tough. We can't really trust our good old Lyney and Lynette anymore. Which, well, I guess we could at least call them innocent. The issue is, as much as I despise the Hydro Archon at this point, we can't really help them steal her noses? Can we? It's tough. I don't know. I feel like even that is unjust. Also, the orchid trees would probably not work anymore without that, so the whole law would fall apart. Would I have told Lamine, knowing who Lamine is, and her relationship to the Fatui, that I am also a Fatui? I mean, even if they had really only have noble plans and no ill intention at all, even then, it's probably a horrible idea to tell. Because, like, what do you expect? Sure, Scaramouche, but is not anymore part of the whole Fatui scheme. So that's the only good encounter we had with them. Sure, Childe is also a different story, but his encounters as a Fatui, not good. The missing people, I assume they were tests for the solving, right? But the situation with the orphans and the bunch of kidnapped, presumably minors, in someone's basement, that is tough. That is... I did not expect to hear anything like this from this game. Like, I know that they surprise us sometimes with how far they can go. And yeah, today they didn't kill someone very visually, but they did drop a giant amount of water onto an unconscious body and killed them. And they did also basically say that there was a bunch of children from Fontaine kidnapped, most likely abused by some force in here, and I just want to crush them. Crushing them will have to wait for the next part, or maybe even longer. Oh man, I love Fontaine so far. It's been really fun. The story is incredibly encapsulating and I love it. Like, usually it can be really predictable, and even though I think they had the puzzle pieces there and you could probably piece things together in retrospect, it's not predictable and I freaking love it so far. I can't wait to meet the Hydra Archon again. As much as I hate her in character, she's so cool and unique. And I just want to continue playing, but I'm in the middle of my exam season right now, so you're gonna have to wait for like a week for the second act. So, thank you for making it this far, and see you around till then. Bye bye.